Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Now let's get this going. I got all my little guys ready to be redrawn down at the bottom. And let's see. Just gotta make sure that the fucking tablet's working. Something's wrong with the little wires, something. Unless I get like it lined up just right, I constantly hear it reconnect and disconnect, which is a right pain in the ass. But there we go, that should be fine. Hopefully. Nope, it still wants to keep going. Let me. There. That's good. That's good. And it's not picking up. Of course it's not picking up. Why would it pick up Critter? Even though I made sure yesterday that it was going to pick up Critter. Alright. So I guess we're just gonna have to get that up again. Specific window, please. Okay. Relayer it. And now, do you want to capture? Please. Please capture Critter this time. Why is it not doing it? I just set it up. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Things working. Love that. Love that. Hello, hello. Yes. I am a bit of a fan of Critter because it's Photoshop but free. There are things which I do like about Photoshop, but ever since Photoshop started moving to like subscription-based model and like every precaution that they can take to make sure that no one is getting this shit for free, unless you know you want to riddle your computer full of viruses. Yeah, I'm not about that. All right, so let's see. So I've got all my little guys here. Yeah. Same reasons, good reasons. These are all my Sonic OCs from childhood, though a bunch of them, these guys up here are all just different forms of the same guy. I've included multiple forms where I felt it was necessary. And I'm gonna redesign them all for a more modern sensibilities of what I think, or like what I can draw and what I think would make a good design. As you can see, some of them are, well, actually probably can't because they're a bit small, but some of them are right shit. So we're gonna fix that, hopefully. Ah, excuse me, I got something stuck between my teeth. I rushed some food right before stream. Yeah, except for this one, which I drew really recently. Mostly because I was like, I saw was that Piper had her like herself as a Sonic character. I was like, oh, that's a cool idea. I'll do me and Piper in like one picture together, but split it off for this, obviously. Go back down and shrink. It is actually. It's just real fucking hard to tell because, like me, it's a skeleton with hair. So, like, you can see, like, if we zoom in, she's still got like the skeletal nose holes. Her eyes are still actually just eye sockets with red glowing necromantic energy for the eyes. Her gloves even have like little lines kind of to mimic my little skeleton hands. But to go with first, I think it's got to be my OG original Sonic character ever, Shade. And all of his delicious little forms. Let's kind of wanna. It's a bit awkward when they're all in one picture together, but that's fine. That's alright. So I'm trying to think of where a good place to put all these guys are, because I want to like highlight the ones which I'm currently redrawing. And normally for like most characters I can just have like a bigger version of that splattered like over me. But Shade is a little bit of a pain in the ass because of course I've got him in all his different forms in one picture together. So maybe I can just pop them up here. And hopefully that should still highlight them without. Yeah, you say that. I've actually seen one way back in the day. Me and my sister, and it was pretty much me and my sister and a couple of friends online had a what was it? So we had like a forum board where we did Sonic RPs, and in particular this it was kind of like had a little bit of structure, its own little like roleplay system, because especially my sister absolutely loves designing systems and rules and mechanics. So we had like stats, like you had your speed, power, fly, shooter, hunter, like those were all like stats that you could allocate to your character. And that is actually where a lot of my lore for this guy, Lizor, he got a lot of lore, and honestly where I designed most of these characters was to fill out, like, because I enjoyed just making characters for that RP server. So Lizor here got a lot of his lore because I just roleplayed with someone. And one of those was a cyborg angelfish who was like they were like made by, cyborgified by Dr. Eggman, and what was it? So basically, they were unwillingly working for him because he had a kill switch in them. So, they were hired to take out Lizor because Lizor is also he's not an Eggman robot, but he is a robot that Eggman wants. So they were tasked with recapturing Lizor, and that brought out so much kind of roleplay and helped develop his story and his narrative. And since I no longer know how to even contact the person who originally played that character, the forum boards are all sadly dead, gone. I am thinking of kind of reintroducing some of those aspects into some of my other characters, because not all of these are fleshed out, well designed or thought out characters. A lot of them were just like say this guy is just like, oh, an octopus would be a cool character, and thus I made an octopus. So I'm hopefully kind of like thinking while I'm doing this, I'm going to kind of bounce some ideas around to try and build them up, kind of get a bit of lore going, a little bit of interconnectedness to them. Because at the moment, there's honestly like two main... I don't recognize this song. Where's this one from? Probably Free Riders. It's from A Riders. Yeah, Free Riders. Alright. That's the only Riders one I didn't play. So, yeah, so at the moment, I kind of have... So, like, there's Shade over here. And he kind of has... that's just here. So here's Shade. And he kind of has, like, some loose connections with Rip, my little dinosaur down there, and Umbra, who is this little chow. There we go. But honestly, a lot of my OC lore is about Umbra, who is actually a powerful ancient space demon. And that is where Lizor comes from. It's where this guy, Virus, comes from. It's only really actually under those two which are connected. But, since, again, like most of the others are a bit loose, but that is where most of my world building happened. And it mostly happened around them. Because... so Shade was someone I made way back, and of course, I was good friends with Sniper back then, and we kind of had some connectedness with our characters, but Sniper wasn't really playing on the forum board then, so I kind of shelved Shade a bit. So he never really got built up any, because I was like, oh, I'm waiting for Sniper or my friends to play with, so I can build him up. And so instead I end up focusing on, Draconix, the big space demon, Lizor, and a little bit Virus, and honestly, so there are also like, there's a whole bunch of characters I didn't include here because they were just kind of background characters designed to supplement their lore. Like, this is Lizor version 5. There were much more Lizors. Yeah, a little bit that, yeah. He could have, like, I was happy to make him like an RP character, but it really was a lot of just, you weren't there, so I wasn't comfortable like playing him alone. But yeah, so anyway, I should get started. So let's see how well I can draw Sonic characters again. Because like I got started pretty much drawing Sonic characters, but I have long not drawn them for so long. Like I did draw this little shade echidna down here, shale echidna, not shade. And I did also actually here. I'm going to, because a little bit ago, but not as long ago, I did also redesign Lizor. Yeah, I'll let's just pop you here. Ooh, wow, you're big. So this was a bit back. I tried redesigning Lizor with a bit more of an idea in mind, like to keep up the lean into the fact that he is a robot rather than this kind of android looking thing. And so I'm probably going to be keeping this design, but he does have like an evil and a not pictured below kind of good form, which I'm going to be designing for him. So I guess the thing is I don't have a clear background for him. I probably do somewhere, possibly, but I would have to like open the file and then like save it with a clear background. So I'll just keep you, let's just reorganize these layers. Here we go. Here we go. You can go there. Alright. So let's pull this back up. So for shade, I did rant a little bit about this already on one of my discords. He's just looming over his younger self, yeah. But yeah, Shade is a little bit of a difficult character to redesign because a lot of the things which I basically he is so steeped in my childhood poor design choices that if I actually like reinvented him to be a good original character, he wouldn't be himself anymore. Because he is kind of so thoroughly what's the word? Kind of rooted in those decisions. He is a prototype of Shadow. He looks like Sonic, but is recolored black with purple because those are the best colors. And yeah, and of course because it's black and purple, fucking Sonic Chronicles, which is arguably not canon anyway, the games don't want to pretend it's not canon at least now, but it irked me so much when they introduced a character that was black, purple, named Shade. And I was like, that's me. That's my character. Why did you steal my character after I stole it from you? So, let's we'll pop a new layer. We'll just use a pencil. Oh, that's a bit dark still. I'm not actually too happy. Maybe if I just make it a bit bigger. There we go. That feels a bit fine. Yeah, exactly. But so my goal here for reinventing Shade is I am trying to meet some midway point. I want it to feel not completely derogatory. I don't know if that's the right word, but I'm gonna use that word. Of Sonic and Shadow and everything, but he still has to keep like who he is. So the fact that he is a prototype of the ultimate life form has to that's just a core identity feature of his. He can't go without that. Also, he has a whole bunch of different forms. I don't think I'm gonna redesign all of them. Yeah, there's a similar word which I'm thinking of. It's either that word with a different context, or it's a similar word. I could try looking words up, but you know what? Fuck it. It's fine. It's fine. So I'm probably going to cut down some of his forms and just keep the ones which I feel are necessary. But let's see what we go with. So the first thought, because I have been thinking about this, I should zoom into 100%. There we go. I have been thinking a little bit about this over the past couple of days. There we go. I was just too zoomed out. That looks fine. Yeah. I have been thinking about this, and so one of the things which I kind of like is that that there is the basically canon question mark. I think it's basically canon that Gerald based Shadow off the Angel Island ruins. The mural there. The much more questionable, or not much more questionable, but the thing which I think is a little bit more fan theory and less confirmed is the idea that the Bio-Lizard was based on Perfect Chaos. But there is the fun little fact that they shared a very similar cry. I think the Bio-Lizard's roar was a remixed version of Perfect Chaos's roar. Yeah, exactly. We gotta have those. So I guess just to explain to anyone here, so we back in the day we invented 2 new sets of mystical gems. We had the Lore Rubies, obviously way before the Phantom Ruby was ever a thing. That thing's questionably not even a ruby. And I had the Harmony Opals. So they kind of mixed in the concepts of like all of them harnessing the different forces of law, chaos, and neutrality. Alright, so where was I going? Right. God, I haven't even... It's like I'm half an hour into the stream, haven't even drawn something yet. I'm great at this. So... But it's a good thing though. I've never been a good yapper, being able to yap about just my Sonic characters. It's great. So... Where was I going? Right, so the idea that Gerald based his Project Shadow off the things which he saw in the Mystic Ruins and Angel Island temples. That is an idea which I really like. So, I was thinking, well, I should keep something to that for my redesign here of shade. So I looked up, where are we? Where was I? Did I not? I didn't say. Okay, so I'm just gonna quickly. Here we go. I think it's. Is it this one? No, that's. Just. Open imaging tab. Oh no, that's so small. Find a bigger one. Is this it? This looks like a nice one. Big enough, big enough. Alright. So let's we'll just copy it into it's a copy. Here we go. So we have this is obviously the one in Mystic Ruins. And so I can't really use Perfect Chaos as the subject for shade because there's no way to really make this into a character. Or at least a character that's, you know, humanoid, like you imagine he's just like got his little round Sonic head and he's just got this big bubble. These beady little eyes. God, that'd be bad. But there are go in red to kind of highlight. There are echidnas around. So one thought is I could redesign Shade more as a echidna-esque kind of character. That would be a little fun for me as well, because Aussie and all that. I would design the quills to be a little bit more different, because I obviously don't want just Knuckles quills. But that's one idea. The other idea is, since he is already kind of like I call him a prototype for Project Shadow, but like he's a much more direct prototype to Shadow himself, because obviously the directions they took during Project Shadow they varied a fair bit. So the other thought is, here we have, I could also base him on the Supersonic mural, but say in this case I would focus on like, whereas Shadows actually looks like Supersonic, this would be like more a case like, you know, you've got quills that kind of flick up and then like out, and then this one kind of goes more down, rather than, you know, Shadows something like that. There was also the fact that he's got this big wing or spike here. That's always like something which I can work with a bit. There was also a fun thing which I noticed, because here it looks kind of like he's got like something here, and as you can kind of see, I actually originally gave Shade like this coat with a lightning bolt pattern on it that went around the back, and here we have what could be a coat with a lightning bolt pattern. So I thought that was a cool little thing. So I might like rather than base it on supersonic, it would be based much more directly on the iconography of supersonic. The other thing I noticed is he's holding like a little staff or something here, which is weird. I used to think this was just one hand and two hands, but it's actually yellow in this little spot, which means that that's a gap. And then there's like something down here which is actually coming off. So he's actually got like a little candy cane. And I don't know why Supersonic is holding a candy cane. We just, here we go. Supersonic. She doesn't even have ears. That's a interesting thing. Supersonic is actually a demon with a candy cane and a dress and little jester shoes. They almost look like that. They kind of like curl up a bit. Interesting. So I think to start with, oh, I can only undo so many times. Alright, well, yeah, so to start with, I think I'm going to use this as my first design, and we'll see how I feel about it. So first of all, let's just get like a fun little pose or something going. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I think I did that as well. It's just Critter I don't think has a lot of max. That or it reset at some point and I didn't realize. So let's oh, it's a fun pose to draw in, because like normally I as you can see, I normally kind of lean towards just like a fairly basic pose so you can see the character. Oh, and you're a little bit high up there now. Let's re-shrink you down. Here we go. So shrunk a little bit. There we go. Alright, so but I'm thinking, do I try to do something a bit more pizzazzy? You know, actually, for Shade is a little bit of a edgelord, so let's not do anything too pizzazzy for him. So let's just start off with getting a basic template of what I want my guy to look like. Or the not really look like, but a pose to have. Let's have his arm, good old little noodly arm. Actually, here we go. This is a good little something to start with. You can always drop the opacity here. Oh. Undo stack sizes. General misc, yeah. Where was that? figure? Yeah, here we go. Yes. Undo stack size. So yeah, I got. Yeah, okay, I can go up bigger than that. How big can we get this? Oh, guys, you can't see that window. Interesting. Oh, I don't know if there is a limit. I just put in so many 9s and it was like, you know, we'll give it a nice moderate 900. I think that should be enough. Oh god. That's a topic worth avoiding for now. Like especially now. So for a, let's see, for some quill styles, you know, let's actually go on another new layer, so that way we can mess with this without changing the base. Yeah. So like, we could do something like where he's maybe got like, hey, that one's got like a little bit of a, you could have like longer quills on the side. So like, maybe something like, let's see. No, that's a bit too, there we go. Nice little muzzle there. And then we can have like, let's see, how do we want to draw that one, but on this side? Maybe like that. There we go. This is a little bit. Okay. Leave some room for the eyes. So now, I could do like a big spike, but honestly, I think I might actually give him little wings or something, especially since, as you can see, I gave Lizor a big spike, and it would be a little redundant to be like, have all my main characters just have big spikes on my back. He just always has the Doom Wings active. Eat shit, Shadow. I'm always in basically a super form. But how do I want to draw that? It would also make sense, I feel like, if it's like maybe a little bit more directly doomed. Oh, that would be. As for Tail, I kind of want to give him like an Echidna tail. Like, even though he's got like the supersonic, more styled quills here, I kind of like the idea that this one was actually designed to be an Echidna. Because, I don't know, I like the Echidnas. So like, it also kind of fits in with the lightning bolt theme because they have that kind of little hook. And it's long. I have no idea why Knuckles has a long hooked tail. Or, I mean, to be fair, like, the hedgehogs and echidnas look nothing like hedgehogs or echidnas whatsoever. But it's still like such a weird thing. Like every other Sonic character, it's like, oh yeah, Vector's a crocodile, look at him, that's a crocodile. Tails is a fox, look at him, that's a fox. Echidnas, what the fuck is that? That's just, you just designed something and called it an echidna. But we'll go with, yeah, so I'm gonna go with like a little hook tail. Alright. Now the thing is, I'm trying to decide if these are the quills I am happy with. Because they would match this. And there is that sense of like, it's kind of like, obviously like I want it to be different from Sonic and Shadow. What are we looking at here? Biblically accurate Knuckles. So yeah, it's like, do I want to do this? Oh, that's the other thing. It's like, why I think I like the idea of him being a echidna, even like with different spines, is kind of based off this. He doesn't have ears, you know. Sonic, like all the hedgehogs, actually, does Silver have ears? That's a good question. I actually don't remember seeing this. Yeah, he's got ears. Okay. They're just very well hidden among his big frill. So yeah, hedgehogs all have little ears. But the echidnas don't, and this picture doesn't. Ooh. Yeah. That is a cool little juxtaposition. I like that. So I think, let's see, we'll just, actually no, we'll not select this bit. There we go. Oh, fuck that. Alright, yeah, I'll just do that again. Alright, so So these are Style 1 quills. I'll move them up here. Let's see if I can... Let's see if I can think of a different set of quills before kind of just finalizing anything. Oh, okay. So they got like one piece of the anatomy correct. Alright, so if I wanted to do a different quill style, how do you even think of different quill styles to go? Could have like some that lean forward. And then maybe like ah, yeah, that's adorable. Let's see, could do something like this. Actually, I would probably do that. So I guess this would be the idea here is, let's do this kind of for some other sides. Here we have top down, so here is his little muzzle, little eyes. So you would have two quills kind of going back that way. Then this one is one quill going down the side there. You have two on the sides of the head here. And then this would mean two more kind of from the lower side there, pointing back there. Or like a more side-on. Actually, side-on he would actually look very Sonic-like, just with the extra bits there. At least it is a bit more different, but still. Because yeah, directly side-on, you would basically have that same silhouette, but then just extra here. Not sure I'm happy about that. So don't want the silhouette to basically be the same. But I like this starting bit at least. So maybe actually if I do something a bit more like maybe if I kind of bring in a little bit more echidna to it. So like have a few dreads kind of going back there with like a couple that up here that rise up. Let's see, so this would on the side look like almost looks like a shark the way that's set up, even though like there's actually two of them, so like I guess more like that. Not sure at the moment. I think I'll... Let's see, so we have these two styles. One much more definitely based on the old glyphs or ruins. Maybe I'll try one more, and then I'll pick from those three sets. So... yeah. Yeah, here are the different, completely original quill styles for you to pick from. And of course, those ones always have to have like options so that you can make like completely like the actual characters. Maybe if we kind of like, let's see, if I bring in the side quills again. And then that way it's almost actually like, let's see, like that way you get like a little bit of the flare going on. Maybe this would actually... move this up here-ish. Yeah, so it's a bit more Kidnery in this sense. But it's kind of flared out. It's almost like it would be to Knuckles what Shadow's quills are to Sonic. Maybe this one's even a bit long? I don't know. I would probably shrink this, actually. It's a little bit over the top. Especially since, like, it's kind of like this flared out middle quill is kind of like the long one in the old glyph. I think this is definitely my favorite of them so far. It kind of has a bit of his own vibe to it. So I'm just gonna delete that one. Delete that one. Alright. We can just now let's see. So his coat, let's see, how much do I want to, like, I feel like he wouldn't have necessarily like just a full-on jacket the way, alright, no, it's on not sure about the full-on high collar tailed jacket from before, but I kind of want something like that. Mostly, actually, I guess, should he have like an open coat like he kind of already did? Or should I keep it kind of closed? Closed would be so much easier to draw. Kind of just makes like this... It'd be easier to see what's going on. Or he could have like a bit of a smaller... Open is a lot cooler. It is, yeah. So I reckon what I'll do is... And shade out of everyone has to embody the edge. I mean, he's the prototype of Out the Edge, so... Let's... So instead of like the glove cuffs, we're gonna give him coat cuffs. That kind of like fill the same visual style. I won't give him the high collar though. I think that was always a pest for me to draw. But we will lengthen it like so. Like there. There we go. Something like that. This little lightning bolt pattern across the jacket. All right. This for his chest. Could just like either give him kind of like the Knuckles U, the Echidna U on the chest. Or I could give him a different mark or symbol. Like, could be like an X. Yeah. Alright, no, that's a bit low. Okay. So let's start here. There we go. So we have a good little template here. Mostly the hands. Fucking hands. I think there's a reason I always gave him clenched fists. I guess I didn't always though. Like, look at him. I was daring back then. He's got little open hands here. This evil one's got open hands. Has all of the clenched fists though, all hands in his pockets. Yeah. Actually, could do like a... hand on hip kind of thing. Alternatively, you could be like, power, give me more power. With his hand out here, kind of like clench. Well, that's not clenched, but no, clenching. I think this one is fine as a fist. Yeah, that's true. So this one can just be a fist. Could just also, yeah. Let's make the pose a bit more boring, but easier to draw. Here we go. Now. Oh no, that's the code. Yeah. There we go, there we go. And they did, admittedly, I think used to be a little bit of a plot point among the lore. That kind of revolved around him looking like Sonic. So like before, when I was like, ooh, and this from the side kind of has a Sonic profile. My first thought was like, oh, that works with the stuff. But then I realized I don't want to keep that. That wasn't a very necessary part of his lore anyway. It was like a motivation to team up with my sister's character. But honestly, it's like that could easily be changed. And yeah. I'm also a little bit tired of just all hedgehogs looking alike. Not that he's a hedgehog anymore, I guess. No, because he's not a hedgehog anymore, completely different individual. Like, what? That looks nothing like Sonic. What are you talking about? That was Knuckles! Hell yeah, Eggman. Eggman theme. Brain just realized it was going. Actually, you know, I wanna go back and make sure I get that from the beginning. Alright, so now I just need details for like the shoes and his face, because he originally did have some purple markings around his face. And at the tips of his quills, that was actually a later addition. He originally just had like flat, can't really see that, flat, just do purple, here we go. He originally just had like purple around his eyes, and then that was it. And then it was like, that's a little lame actually, so like we expanded it out. I think it was actually your original idea, Sniper, because I went to you for a lot of advice and design ideas back in the day, where he then kind of had this extra spiked kind of pattern, and then later I then went and added purple tips to his quills and his ears, which aren't here. Alright, so that's what I am. His original pattern though doesn't work quite here, especially with these side quills now popping down his face. Could instead like have, let's see, something like something like so if I kind of wanted to keep the same kind of pattern. And then that would... Oh, he did. I think he had the Eggman theme. Yeah, because like the very beginning of the Eggman theme. Dare I put? Yeah, I can put it back. Eggman's a good theme. So, just wait a second for... Should be over in just a sec. And then... Yeah, I think that tune was the ringtone. I also saw there were some deleted scenes. Eggman was originally going to be a streamer. Can you imagine? He called his fanbase the Eggheads. And like he brought Gerald onto like his stream for a bit. It's like, I love the idea. I can see why they took it out, because that would have completely destroyed like some of the pacing and immersion of the movie. But I love the idea. I love that the clips exist. I'm thinking, let's see. So this is kind of like bringing his original pattern onto the current design. Do I want to like even extend it out? Would that be a little too much? That might be a bit much. Even now it might be a little... I might take this away. And instead just have it kind of going down these quills. So he's kind of got two front striped quills, but the others don't have a stripe. Maybe even like bring that up a little more. And thicken it there. Let's also just maybe like flatten this out a little. The Eggman, that's what I am the Eggman, got the master plan. Here we go. I think I like that better than when it had an extra thing off. Oh yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're right. So like they often had like them going across like so. Actually, let's have a little look. Let's just bring up a quick Google of, let's see, the tribal echidnas. Here we go. This is good. Oh no, this is a much clearer picture. Oh. Here we go. So yeah, here we have some of their models. Oh they've got purple eyes. We're in it. Yeah, they had like some around the eyes. They didn't quite have it like as like natural here. I guess like these ones kind of more represent the markings they have on that torso, which have like these big long loops. But the head and quills otherwise just have kind of smaller bits. It's kind of cool. I think Knuckles' one is natural, but it might, because that's actually a good question. Let me just quickly Google. Let's see. I wonder how many official echidnas exist. That's actually that's a good one to check. Check you and here we go. This is a good way to check. Oh, I can't. I know that's okay. So Pachamek, old tribal leader. It's hard to tell. He might just have clothing in the way, so we might not be able to check. Shade always wears a bodysuit, so we can't check with her. Here's a, actually yeah, here's a image from Sonic X depicting them. So yeah, Pachamek, it looks like, doesn't have a crest. It's actually funny because it almost looks like it is a tribal tattoo, like when they just ran out of the necklaces. Because like in Sonic X, they all had these little necklaces that run down, and now Knuckles just has that little loop there. These ones, yeah, a couple of them have that, but this guy doesn't. He must have been a wimp. How many? You know, I guess it really is hard to say, but it is white, which matches the same tribal tattoos that the others have. That's the only other one we could potentially check. Yeah, Tikal obviously is like wearing clothes because she's a girl, but also has that necklace. I think officially it is just his fur, but it is an interesting idea that it's just like a tribal marking. Alright, now, as for his shoes, I keep like scrolling up to look up at the reference pictures of Shade up there when I remember, oh wait, no, that's on my OBS screen, not actually here in Critter. I suppose I could just have opened it in OBS, but then like I wouldn't have all the guys around. A pattern. He normally had basically a Sonic style shoe, but it was lightning, which isn't that interesting. if I kind of wanted to, I could lean into like the thing and kind of give him more of a gestured shoe, like a pointed up one. Shoe design, the Sonic shoe designs are something I don't think I've ever really quite got a hang of. Yeah, actually, I'm looking over at all my little guys. Their shoes kind of aren't very well thought out. In general, I think clothing has never really been one of my strong suits in design. We'll put it nicely that way. Let's see. Oh wait, no, I actually like this. Accidental just things that I notice. Where it's like, because like the face masks, the marking around the eyes here, is it just kind of like rings around and then loops down. In the same way it kind of rings and then loops down. I love pretending this was all intentional. Ooh. True. There should be something cool. Yeah, what's a... See, so Shadow has hover skates. Sonic has grinding shoes. What's a cool way to kind of... to kind of add like a different kind of mobility style? Rollerblades. I was actually thinking that. I was just wondering if there were any other alternatives first. Obviously it's not rollerblades, he has Heelys. The thought of him just like, you know, Sonic and Shadow, when they go into like high speed mode, they lean forward, they're going vroom, 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 vroom. And then like Shade is just like, what? I gotta lean back so the pressure goes on the little wheel. Let's also just do that, kind of more clearly define that zigzag. You know what? Let's fucking do it. Let's go rollerblades. Images. Let's see. Rollerblades. How do these things tend to look? Let's get a good reference. I found one, rollerblades with tank wheels. What the fuck? I feel like that's deleted the whole purpose of them. Like, cool as fuck, but still. Like, treads, it's like, that would slow it down so much. I think that's also a battery there, so it's just like, that feels like it doesn't really... I don't know how well that would actually work. As for some... let's see... Well, it would work, wouldn't it? The echidna, not the hedgehog. Let's see. Where's a good, just basic blade design, which I would like to be inspired from, we'll say. This is probably a good basic enough image. Actually, no, that's a little bit too basic. Yeah, we'll go with this one. No, I kind of want something with a front end side if I can. Not that you can see what I'm picking through. But nothing really gives a front end side, so I guess this will do. We are going to use this for our inspiration. Oh, what's this? Music. Oh, it's Sonic vs. Zavok. I should recognize that. I did play Forces. But then again, it wasn't a very good part of Forces, so... So first, we actually don't need the little big sock part, because that is no longer... Actually, we'll completely delete the feet to begin with. I'll grab you back here for the reference of where feet go. So it kind of has like a... Basically, you've got... Actually, I'll go on another layer first, because I don't want to mess with anything. Kinda want something a bit... more like so, and then that. You know, he doesn't need the breaks on the end, because he's a cartoon character, he can just break whenever he wants. So we'll just... Exactly! He can Akira slide. If you want to stop, you better do it with style. Let's... J-roll. As it is. There we go. So it needs some straps. Maybe... Maybe actually we can add a bit of pizzazz to the strap. Let's make it a little bit lightning-y. Huh. I mean, they probably do. It's just more a question of how findable is it. Yeah, I think I'm happy enough with this. Let's see, so... How do we draw that from the front? So it would be like... First do a normal strap. Or not. There we go. That works for now. There we go. Something like that, maybe. I'm an idiot and a genius. You can reach the other side of the rainbow. Take a chance, 'cause there is no circumstance that you can handle if you use your mind. Boom, sonic boom, sonic boom. There we go. Oh, he's absolutely wonderful. Not quite happy with how that foot turned out, honestly, but I have the opportunity to redo it when I actually draw him in proper. This is still just like a rough. Give him little eyes. Give him a pointy little nose. A little frown. And that's a good... Yeah, I think that's a good template to work from. It kind of like... Yeah. It embodies the definitely kind of like Ancient Echidna inspired character, mixing both the mural and just echidnas in general. still, I think, has a bit of his own flair. Alright. So now, let's mix that in. Let's draw him in earnest. Size him up a bit. Or should I go to designing some of the others first? Before I completely, like, draw him up. I think I might want to do that. I'm having fun with the more designy step at the moment. So we can get rid of that. So we have base shade. So now I gotta design his other forms. So here we'll go with shade. So he is going to split into at least 3 different paths based on the gem sets he is using. So do I want to cheat and just use the same template for all of them, or do I want to draw? I'll draw something fresh. But I will keep you around for a scale because I want everyone to be roughly the same size. So first, we will make a new layer just so we're not over messing with anything. Chaos Emeralds will lead to this delightful little fellow. I guess there's the thought though of how much do I want to deviate from the norm? Because the basic idea is that when shade is just very susceptible to like the different energy sources, Chaos Emeralds make him go chaotic. The law rubies made him go like extra. Not really a good lawful, I guess, is just the other one. Don't really think it sounds quite right, but yeah, that's it. Basically, he like becomes superimposing on with kind of keeping things in check, and then the harmony ones is kind of meant to be his true transformation, because that keeps him as himself. But how much do I want to change? Because as I say, like his super form was just like super evil looking, and it made him green. Like made his purple markings green, which was meant to represent the emeralds, but it isn't what super forms normally look like. I think actually as well, originally it just made him like solid black. It was just kind of like if you know like the Dark Supersonic from Sonic X. That was kind of the vibe of the form before. Yeah, and like the this yellow form over here used to be green, but then I wanted it, I think at some point, for it to be like, because his order form was red, I wanted the other one to become green to kind of match their sets. But I'm thinking I might go with something more like a corrupted super form rather than a unique form just that is also super. I think that's just the vibe I'm gonna go for now. So let's see, super form, let's see. Something in flight. That will do for now. Feet should be bigger. As Sonic characters. They got big feet. Alright. His head should maybe also be a bit bigger. Are they? Because I'm gonna be real. For Sonic characters, maybe they're on point. Proportions is one of the things which I struggle with the most because I have a terrible eye for it. I will draw a picture and then I'll be like, hey, look at this picture. And then Kira will look at me and be like, why the fuck is her head so big? Or why is that hands like pinpoints? I think it's just because Sonic characters are where I started my whole drawing thing, and because they're cartoons, very specifically, they don't need to be as on point. But yeah, I would say it's one of my weakest points. But I mean, if you think that great, that's awesome. I'm happy to take that. That feels nice. Even if I think you're objectively flatly wrong. Alright, so a super form. It's hard to get much more flared, like his quills much more flared up than they are in his base form. Which might be okay, because it's like super shadows don't flare up anymore either. I think also this is a bit... Yeah, but to be fair, Nux just glows. That's all he's got. Same as Tails. They don't really do anything different. And Sega should change that. I want a proper Super Knuckles that looks different. I want Super Knuckles. I don't want the Super Knuckles we saw in Heroes. Because that was just embarrassing for everyone. But yes, Shadows, like to be fair, it's like Sonic's is the only ones that like really change. Because like Shadow, Silver, they just kind of go golden. Yeah, see, like that's good. Just like a bit more like flowy. That's great. I also I understand the thing. I feel like Super Knuckles shouldn't be pink. But I also understand that if they did change Super Knuckles into gold or something, there would be an outrage from everyone who's been attached to pink Super Knuckles up until this point. Let's see. So let's make sure. Okay, so yeah, they go down. Let's just kind of like suits me. Alright, but he does kind of have... Yeah, 1, 2, and 3. Aside from... And then we can have kind of... It's actually funny, is like I'm flaring them up slightly more, just kind of like to represent a flowiness, and they're almost just looking like supersonic now, which is fitting, I feel, but still. Or Shadow. Oh, that's because of the crossover thing I know they're doing or planning on doing. Where Shadow is Batman and Knuckles is Superman. And I kind of get why Knuckles is Superman. Because obviously Sonic is the Flash, and Knuckles is the powerhouse of the team. But it still feels like Sonic should have been Superman. Maybe we actually get rid of these and redo them. Could like have them spindle up, and then it's kind of almost like they become devil horns. Which would be fitting, because this is his, not a very good super form. see. Oh yeah, that's pretty great. Alright. I feel like his head is a bit small now. It might just be because the quills mostly are facing away from the camera. But I still might just... Yeah, it is. It is just the quills that are too small. And so I'm just gonna make them bigger. Even if they logically shouldn't, I'd still want the picture to look cool. So we'll... Recognize this. Where do I recognize this from? Yeah, Shadow, Sonic Adventure 2. Shadow level. Of which its name I can't remember. But it is the one which I mentioned, which I noted during that they just copied the layout for it in Frontiers. I think that was like a lot of people's biggest flaw with Frontiers was just like, why do you just keep giving us all these lame levels, like the exact layout we've already done, when these levels weren't designed for these physics. There we go. So now he has big spike up there. And then this one kinda curls around in here. How does... maybe I did that a bit too wide. Kinda wanted it to be cool and blowy, but it wouldn't make sense with the way his coat works. Which is another thought. I'm wondering if I should make his coat a color other than black. Because that's what it was before, but really it was black coat on black fur, which wasn't the wasn't exactly the most striking design lines. It makes sense because I'm a little edgelord, but and of course now, do I want to... yeah, I think I will. At least... actually, no, I kind of liking the idea of keeping him more on a... I was thinking like for his big evilly form, it would make sense to have like, that's when like his wings go a little bit demony. But I might just keep them more like a much more distinctly fallen angel kind of vibe. Because I do like the idea of like Shadow is much more like a demon, like, you know, he's got Devil Doom's blood and all that, which in theory I suppose Shade would also have, but still. But like that kind of gives Shadow his kind of like demon devil vibes, whereas kind of putting Shade more on an angel path. He does actually use the... they just... because they actually blast a different color. I think they like blast like a pink or something in super form. Trying to find it, but there's no good picture of it. There's just like a whole bunch of fan art and stuff, or just clips of him standing there and not moving. are we? I hear you can kind of see it in this image. Here we go. Oh, you can kind of see he's got these pink burning thrusters coming out. And also, because I think it's designed to match up with you can see like he had this kind of pink red bubble. Menacingly. Just standing there, menacingly. Yeah, so like he had this pink kind of aura, reddy pink aura as Super Shadow. And I think it was meant to be to match up with, like, he has these pink energy thrusters when he's in the super form. And that's kind of inverse of, like, in his normal form, his kind of energy color, like when he does a homing attack or spin dashes, he leaves this trail of yellow-orange. And that's the color which his thrusters normally emit. Let's see. Back on. I think that's. I think that's a bit long. I don't know. We'll just pop that there. Okay. Alright. And the detailing as well. How did they go? They went like that. Yeah. Up, down, and all around. Alright. I like this. So my thought here, and it's not something which I can really get in the sketch because it's a coloring decision, is yeah, I can so my thought here is like his main body is still going to be black. When he transforms into Super. Whereas like Shadow goes like this very pale gold. It's very much like Shadow when he went Super, it's because he stepped out of the darkness and came into the light. But for Shade, whose super form is not very redeeming. I'm thinking his body will remain black. And instead, it is like his markings that will go golden. And then we can just get a goldy aura. Ooh. And then I kind of also want to make the wings a bit more tatted for his super form. Like larger but more like clearly disturbed. So yeah, there's my thought for super form. I think his eyes I might also leave white, blank white, because they could go red, like most super forms seem to. And if I do that, like that would still have an aura of menace to it. But my thought is like, we've seen like at least in Sonic X, Dark Supersonic still was a thing, even if it was just for like a brief moment. So my thought is I can go with like the blank glowy eyes, and it kind of gives him a bit less personality, a bit less. He's a bit less human that way. Still need to decide if I wanna. Actually, while I'm here, let's just have like this as a little scribble down thoughts on colors. So I can just kind of scribble in some ideas on how I want to color these guys. So obviously, shade is going to be black for the most part. I remember, I forget, it was like a little video I saw ages ago where it was like Sonic characters who can say the N-word, and when they get to Shadow, they're like, well, I mean, he's black, right? So like you'd think, but then like they show clips of Shadow during his own game, Shadow the Hedgehog, where in reference to the aliens, he's like, those disgusting black creatures. And I'm like, I don't think he can. Knuckles is absolutely allowed to say it though. But my thought is, if I don't give him a black coat, like what color do I even make that coat? Because it'd be a very strong mark on like the rest of his design. It would be a very big color. I feel like Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. No, that's that. Actually, I kind of like. I actually quite like this. Because also, like, the rollerblades, they actually feel like they were legitimately, like, especially like the way I've designed them so far, they feel like a step before the hover shoes. They're like, these are good, but like, if there was air instead of wheels, that would be even less friction. There we go. So, a coat color. Has to be something that kind of works with his colors already. And that's the hard, excuse me, the hard part. I think it needs to be a very neutral color as well, so it really means that, like, it kind of has to be black or grey or white. Because otherwise it kind of overpowers the purple. I guess it could be purple, but that's a lot of purple. Like, if this was... How would it look purple? I guess I could do this and then, like, invert, so the lightning bolt is black. Or I could even do a thing where maybe, like, could add maybe like a line, like add a bit more design to the coat, so it's a bit more black around here. That's the thing, like I could just like add a bit more design to it so it doesn't clash so directly. Could even make it white and black. Maybe, okay, so adds like that there. Maybe then. Yeah, like that's why I've been like didn't want to just make it just black. I'm thinking I'm gonna make it a mix. Like give it a bit more details to it. So like, actually here's a thought. So like, we could add like white. Going up there. And then we add, because now if we just give it a bit of white, basically, it's kind of broken up the shape so that they're much more visible as different entities. I could just make the stripes like down the arms white as well. No, I like the purple down the arms. Alternatively, I could make it purple down here. But things I kind of like this having a full lightning bolt, and I feel if it is purple here, it would make sense to kind of like merge, like to remove that line art here. Like that wouldn't make sense to be there anymore. I guess it still could if it was like an actual belt or something. I think it needed some white. It could even be... I could even just remove the black and just make it white, purple, and then like just add in a few more purple details to it, so it doesn't feel quite as... Yeah, so like we now have the that going down there. Could like add another ring maybe of zigzags. Or I could just keep like a... some details there. I think it needs a little bit of the black. So like maybe... maybe like a stripe going up and down there. but otherwise let a lot of white show. And actually, I like the idea, actually, now I'm thinking of it, because the whole point of shade is that he is very mix of light and dark. So having kind of a white coat helps kind of show a bit more of the light of him. Actually, I think I'll give him purple gloves, because I'm not really a fan of white gloves. It's fine. But then we can add in the black kind of under. No, actually, we'll remove this strap. I think the purple stripe on the arm and the black undercuff is enough. Yeah. And that's kind of cohesive as a design. So then we go over to this guy. And like the underside of the coat would be black. Kind of like how the cuffs are. Then the overside would be white. Now I'm thinking at least for the cases, like for shade, I know normally super forms don't normally mess with clothes, but I would want to do that. So like his stripes, maybe it can stay purple though. Because like gold and purple still looks pretty good. Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. Go. Alright, and also the cups. So that there is the super form, Super Shade. I never really called him Super Shade though. But his old name, because he was Dark Vortex, and I don't think that really works so much. I think he can stay as... but he kind of does change his name, because his kind of identity changes. I'm trying to think if I want to keep that aspect, or if he still thinks of himself as Shade. In which case I would probably just call him Vortex or something if I wanted to. keep that. So his name would be either Vortex or Super Shade. Yeah. I am pretty happy with that. I guess I should actually give him a proper muzzle. Technically I need to do that to you, even though it's kind of already there with the gold. There we go. So that changed so much. What did? The muzzle? Or are you just joking about how for his super form it basically did nothing? Yeah, alright. I think I'm gonna take a little break from designing Shade. I'm pretty happy with actually what I've got here. Base form and super form. But we'll take a wee break from these guys and design someone else. Actually got a big thing. I was drawing a lot smaller on my paper than I expected. I'll probably like blow them up when I draw them proper, but at least for the design aspect, I'm pretty happy to draw around the scale. So, oh, actually, you know what? I want to redesign. Wait. I'll keep them up here. Umbra and Draconics, especially his big evil form, Draconics. Can I grab the guy again? There we go. There we go. Thanks, OBS. We'll also just... There we go. There we go. Ah, thanks, the detectives you want on your side. Alright, so I'm probably not going to be redesigning his Chow form much. I might draw it all the same and maybe like make a few little elements different. But basically that's just meant to be him sealed in a little Chow form. So like I might change a few things, but for the most part, what I'm actually excited about is Draconics himself, because he is a galactic space demon who like devours entire planets and worlds of life, because that's just kind of what he does. And surprisingly a common thing in the Sonic universe. Oh, hello, welcome on in. I am just, yeah, drawing through and redesigning my old Sonic characters. I have redesigned my first ever Sonic character, shade. As you can see down at the bottom corner, is right in the middle. Those were all like different forms he used to have. Oh, thank you, thank you. Original shade. If we blow him up a little bit so you can see, he was just Sonic, and that's like the biggest fucking problem with him. He was Sonic, but he was also Shadow, and so I've taken a little bit to redesign him. I can't do much about like yeah, I can't do much about his backstory and everything, because honestly, if you change, like if I redid his backstory and stuff, he would stop being the same character. Whereas his the idea is he was a prototype for Shadow. So like he's obviously like weaker, slower, etc. I gave him rollerblades because I was like, why not give him something different? I think it was Sniper's idea, actually. Yeah, so I took a few design elements from the Angel Island mural of Supersonic and designed them a little bit into his character, and also made him an echidna. I felt like that because he doesn't have the ears, and also it felt appropriate. But he's also got wings just because, you know, it's a genetic alien experiment thing, so he's allowed to be a little weird. So yeah, but overall he's like a weaker Shadow in most of his form and function. A bit more power focused, a bit less speed focused. And the idea is he's actually like super wonky when it comes to like influences on him. So when he uses the super, well, Chaos wants to go into super, you can see down there the green form next to him. That used to be what it was. I've kind of tweaked it a little bit to be a bit more like a super form. But yeah, he basically goes full on evil, kind of like a classic, it was one of the comics. One of the comics had an evil Supersonic, and that's kind of like what he's got going. But we also invented different special gems. Kind of made those up, so he's not really meant to use the Chaos Emeralds. He's more meant to use ones that are... Okay, well, let me know when you're back. I will get back to designing Draconics. So, big old galactic space demon. He's kind of basic as he is, because when I designed him, I never knew how to design a demon. Like, I didn't know how to like add the extra details and everything, so he's kind of just a Sonic character, but a little bit more monstrous in form. But now... Well, I'm sorry. But now I really want to make him like feel like a big demon thing. So let's see. We'll just start by scribbling out. I had some thoughts over the days about kind of what I want from him, and I want him because I don't want him to have just like a standard humanoid or sonicoid form. I kind of want him to be a bit Eldritchian or something, monstrous at the very least. So I hope I'm not hit by the same curse as him, which he had before though, because I did like a few like basic ideas sketches, get my ideas down of what I wanted him to be, and when I first ever designed Draconics, I absolutely fell in love with the first sketch I did of him, and I could never draw him again to my satisfaction. Even that picture up there was not to my satisfaction. I don't think I can find the original though. I think that was a close second though. It was like better quality, but it didn't look quite right like what I wanted him to look like. But yeah, if he is just cursed as a concept, then I will not be able to like the concept sketches which I did for him. I might keep going and looking back and be like, damn, I wish I did something more like those. Alright, so what I'm thinking is I'm gonna zoom in on his face a little bit here. Because, so like one of the concepts you can see with his face is that, or with his eyes, is that his eyes are kind of split into the three basic colors. He's a gamer, is basically how that goes. And I kind of like those colors each represent some aspect of him, but I kind of want it to look like a little bit more Eldritchian. So we'll actually darken this up a bit. So we're going to really emphasize the fact that this is not a Sonic character, a Mobian, I guess, is more of a kind of really get. Damn it, tablet. Stay plugged in. This is like something else. I had so much lore about this guy as well. He was because he's kind of like the villain for like most of my side characters. And I might try to tie him into Shade's story if I can, but I'm gonna be real, I don't know how I could really do that. Like, there's no way to make him a personal villain in any way to Shade. Especially since, like, Shadow's already got Devil Doom, so, like, maybe I just don't. Black Doom, Devil Doom. So, like, maybe it'd be better if I just don't do that for Shade as well. But yeah, this guy is very, very tied to Lizor as my character. It's more like the Bio-Lizard. I would say that he is. Oh, welcome back. So, I am now working on redesigning Draconix. He was a big demon that kind of serves as a villain for most of my side characters, I guess, call it. Shade was my main guy, but because of circumstances, back in the day, I had to focus on some of my other characters. So a lot of my side characters are a lot more fleshed out than my main guy. And yes, I am wanting to redesign him as more of a actual space demon like he's meant to be, rather than he's just kind of a demonic Mobian at the moment, because that's all I could really draw at the time. I never knew how to really... Yeah. Aw, thank you so very much. Aw. That's very, very kind to say. I very much appreciate that. I kinda am thinking, so he can't be too smooth. Too smooth really is like... I think that's... If he's just like slick and slender, then that kinda is what takes away like a bit of the big super powered demon Sonic monsters. Like even like Perfect Chaos, who was water, had like details and textures to him. So I kinda want this guy to have something. Oh, thank you! I actually hate my voice. But it's very nice to hear you say you like it. I feel like most people hate that voice to some degree, though. Especially, I'm very new here. I've only been, like, streaming for a couple of months. So I am very much not used to hearing my own voice. Maybe... Yeah, I am. It's in my little tags. So, I mean, it's kind of... Oh, awesome! Yeah, it's, I guess it's not really that unusual for trans people to hate their voices either, like, especially. I'm not sure really what I'm... No, actually... What am I doing here? Oh no, that's absolutely fine. I am... Like, I very appreciate it. I'm also very chill. I really, very, very chill with things. If you, like, you don't have to be as respectful as possible. Obviously, like, it's appreciated when you go out your way to be respectful. I'm not gonna say be a fucking asshole. But yeah, it's like, you don't have to worry about it, I guess, is more what I'm saying. Oh, thank you! Thank you so very much. I very appreciate the follow, and the very kind words. Alright, actually, let me have a look at my old sketches. Well, not my old sketches, my very recent sketches. Which I did a couple of days ago, kind of leading up to this, because I wanted to just jot my ideas down. Ah, well, I would be so very happy to have you back. Here we go. Yes, here we go. This is what I was more going for. It's actually a lot more, yeah. It's got a lot more neck than I originally gave him, but I'm gonna keep that. So we're going to, I think, kind of add in some extra spines. And then we'll bring an arm out of here. And then get a little thinner than that. Let's see, zoom out a little bit because I want to see where my arm is going. So I'll... Oh, excuse me. So yeah, I'll just start just... What am I doing with this arm? Let's... So... A little fan too? Absolutely. I don't think anyone would ever say, please don't. Fan art of really any description is amazing. Actually, here, I told someone once that, like, they were like, I don't want to... I want to do some, like, little fan art or something, but I'm terrible. And I was like, any fan art is always appreciated. So they did... Yeah, I'll just copy it into... Yeah. Here we are. So they gave me this. And it's so great. I would be... Oh, well, maybe, but again, like... Either way, I appreciate anything. It's interaction of any sort, and it's also just... It's so nice. I think also, it wasn't really like on their own will, it was like a reblog kind of thing, and then like they would then share something. And so... but someone also did this little sketch where they drew it with their offhand, and that it was just like, I love it. It makes me feel so very happy when people like the two pieces of fan art. Really, only one I think is fan art. The other is just requested art, kind of. But still, it makes me so happy when I see it. I guess what I'm saying is I would be very happy if you did a little doodle, and I would appreciate it greatly. I would be very thankful. Might not exactly be the best with words all the time, but yeah. So, let's... Fair enough, fair enough. Let's I mean, yeah, and I'm several years late to learning how to interact with people socially. I did not exactly have a what we would call a friend-filled childhood. It was, yeah, where was it? So, basically it was after I graduated, so a few years after I got out of school. I'm not gonna say graduated, because, like, I had a graduation ceremony, but that was at year 10, because our school only went up to year 10, and then we were supposed to go to a different school after that. And I was like, no, I actually hate everyone in this school. I don't want to go anywhere around these people again. So I did like some other like TAFE schooling. It was some basically computer stuff and some art stuff for 2 years after that. And then once I didn't have to go to school anymore, I was like, I am not legally bound to school anymore, so I don't think I will. But the point is, like, at that point still, I was not exactly a bastion of self-esteem. And so a few years after that, I started doing D&D, went to a public D&D group, and that is pretty much where I built most. Like, so like, I guess I did build a little bit of self-esteem and stuff over some years of online friends and stuff, but it still wasn't great. But I remember seeing, there was someone else there who reminded me of me when I was even worse. And that was Nerdy Dragon, to Sniper. And I was like, oh, you're like me. Cool. I'm going to adopt you as a friend. But yeah, D&D has helped a lot. Like, I thought I was a lot better by the time I was going to D&D. And then by the time I couldn't go there as reliably, I was like so much better off. Yeah, friends are hard. Determination of the strong. Alright, let's see, what am I doing here with this arm? I want to, I think, to segment it a bit. Let's give this guy a bit of a carapace. Nothing says alien quite like, or alien demon, I guess, quite like a carapace. His shadow, it will rise again, obliterating everything that's not your friend. I was such a little shadow fangirl growing up. Oh, actually, that's what I wanted to do here. I kind of want to add... I know, right? Oh, the Shadow fans have come out of the fucking woodwork with last year, the year of Shadow. I remember like just seeing so many people, like seeing people for the first time because YouTube was suggesting me Shadow related stuff, and there was all these people reacting to different Shadow stuff and they're just fangirling over it. It's just like, yeah. I tried to pretend I wasn't though, because I knew that the I mean, it wasn't good because I didn't know I was trans at the time, but I knew that the fanboy, fangirl thing was generally looked down upon. So I pretended that I wasn't, but I mean, I was. Let's add in a few more little spinies. To the unexplored land. That's not quite right. Not sure how I feel about the arm yet, but we'll go into something else. So what I'm thinking here is like, even though he's got this jaggedy jaw, I can't really do it with this brush, because especially since this is really just my sketchy thing, but I'm gonna like add in like all these little needle teeth behind that. I want his face to be absolutely terrifying. So what also I'm thinking... So, originally he had, like, claws, I don't know, weird soft feet. Weird soft red feet. I don't even know what I was thinking when I designed that. And wings. So my thought here is... What if instead of giving him wings, because you don't need wings in space, what I'm thinking is, so like I add that there's his other arm, but what if then like he has an extra set of arms? Just go, nah. Again, just be little scribbles for now. And then, instead of the legs, I'm thinking another... Okay, look, I loved Ben 10, but Forearms to me was one of the least interesting aliens. I loved, it might be obvious, actually, once you look down at my guys, but I liked Upgrade. There was definitely no one in my list inspired by Upgrade. Oh yeah, Ghost Freak. Loved Ghost Freak. I loved the story they gave him. My main downside, like the main thing which I don't like about Ghost Freak, is that they played the episode where he breaks free way too quickly. He should have had a good couple of episodes where it's like you can build up, because like when it happens it's like, oh, he was always alive and his own guy, that's why I always felt so weird going Ghost Freak. And I'm like, when did you ever say that? It just seemed like a normal transformation. If they had like built up to Ghost Freak's reveal, that would have been so good. And Accelerate, also great. Love. The thing is, what I like about Accelerate is his design. Okay, so like he's got this kind of spiked head, this and this lizardy body with this large tail. He's got his little wheel feet there, and then like his little arms. This is how like the basic template. So I used to of like how I drew monsters back in the day, because I used to play with a lot of plasticine modeling clay. So the easiest little monster which I would make was a little blob that was like this. So Accelerate basically was like the core monster when I made or thought of a monster, because I made just so many guys like this. Yeah, so as I was going back, let's see. So I'm also thinking, instead of legs, what if he had 4 more arms? Because again, you don't need legs in space. Well, actually... let's just take that. Here we go. Get rid of this. Alright, so we'll give him like an extra set. Actually kind of want... no, I don't want it that way. I want it a little bit more... I don't think I want any of them to point, like, to bend up. Kind of want... makes it a little bit more like spidery. That's absolutely fine. Thank you so very much. So here I'm thinking... basically, he's got 8... it is 8. It's actually very spidery. But yeah, these 8 arms that are also... would function as legs if he ever needed to, but is kind of massive. So, like, is a... not quite planet scale, but he's bigger than the moon, so... he wouldn't normally need them for things such as moving around on land. Let's see. Something I can very easily yap about. Actually, let's give him something of a carapace here. I can go more into detail when I actually draw him a bit more myself. I think a little bit of my inspiration here is he's a little bit tyranny, and I'm okay with that. I kind of want something that really is just abnormal. Let's give him some spines. It's thin. Yeah, I'm liking this. The main thing which I'm not liking now is I have to draw his arms 8 times. And I kind of did that to myself. So little veiny texture there. But yeah, something which I can very easily yap on for a good while about. I'll keep those there. There we go. Is Draconics himself, because oh boy did I make a lot of lore about this guy. So Draconics was... So yeah, he's a ancient, very, very, very ancient space demon from the far reaches of space, as you classically go with these things. What was the start of it? I think I intentionally made like a little bit of vagueness about his actual origin. But the basic idea was there was a race of space aliens. I guess they're not the only aliens. There are country aliens, but still. He race of space aliens that kind of were divided between 2 parts. You had the technological, kind of very science-minded people among them. Duel is done! Oh! I would love to see it. I should have a Discord link if you want to join the group there. We're not very... don't really talk too much there, but... certainly a good place for you to dump the art. Alternatively, I can just send you like a Discord link or something to me, or toss it in Discord for me. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's great. Oh, I look so snuggled up in my little cape. Oh, thank you so very much. So let's see, where was I? Sorry, you tossed my brain into a bit of a fuzzle there. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. So ancient spaces. No, it's good. It's good. It's a good little fuzzle. So yeah. So we had the the ancient space aliens. And I think even as far as the design went, they were pretty basic. They were little guys, like a standard Mobian template. But they had like antenna, otherwise big squishy heads. I think they didn't have a muzzle. They just kind of had like so. They had tails and little wings. So we had space aliens from way back who had like a split between kind of a spiritual side and a technological side. And the result, I can't actually remember the exact conflict that went down. And that's a little bit okay, because it's ancient history. So it's allowed to be a little wobbly, isn't it? Had little cross-eyed little guys. So they have ended up splitting up into two groups. They were the Tyrakians, who are much more tech-based, and the Miguians, who are much more magic and spiritual-based. And they go their own ways completely. The Tyrakians find like a new planet. I think the Miguians also find their own planet. But the Miguians end up, I think that they kind of had like, they weren't happy that the two just split up. I can't remember the exact conflict here again. But the thing is, they end up creating, summoning, whatever, Draconics into existence. And Draconics... Oh wait, no, I remember. It was before the... Okay, so they're still on the same planet. And in the kind of war and struggle for power, and the kind of conflict between the two, they summon Draconics. And Draconics destroys that planet. The Tyrakians flee. The Miguians at that point are wiped out. They're gone, they're dead. And the Tyrakians, they know that this thing isn't done. This thing is still out there. It might be chasing them, it might not be, but they have to be. They have to do something. So they create this, basically a Megazord, and it's their guardian. It's this ancient hero guardian thing that is eventually fights Draconics and kind of, I think it destroys him. Draconics gets beaten, but so does the hero. So now the hero is dead, Draconics is dead, so all is fine, right? Well, no, because Draconics is he's a cunning little bitch, is what we're gonna call him. Because during the time that they were building the hero, that big Megazord, Draconics had seeded his power in other people. And when he gets destroyed, his influence, his essence is still in some of these people. And if enough of it kind of comes back together, he gets restored. So eventually, Draconics, like long time passes, Draconics eventually comes back. And the Tyrakians know of Draconics, they know of the ancient hero, but it's ancient history to them at this point. And when they hear of his this demon is coming for them, they're like, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. And they scramble to create a new hero, a new set of warriors to defend them. And that is where Lizor comes in. This guy down here. Lizor, I'll draw like a little thing. It was originally an SBO recolor. You can see a bit of a theme among my original characters from back in the day. He is kind of a recolor. Technically, he's an edit because he doesn't have a curly tail. I tried to die in that hill. It didn't work. Everyone knew it was just a recolor. But so we have Lizor version 5. Lizor, he also has these little head bubbles there. So Lizor, he has little stripes on his arms and legs. Not that really matters, but there we go. He, among his other versions, there was Lizor. It was a little bit Lilo and Stitch inspired, where you had like 626 in each of those numbers, except not to that degree. So we have Lizor version 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I forget how high it went up. I think it went up to 7 originally. I think it was 7 Lizors, each with their own, different abilities and style, and they came together to protect the Tyrakians from Draconics. It didn't work. The planet Tyrak is destroyed. Most of the Tyrakians are now dead, and Lizor gets absolutely busted up and goes hurtling down to, through the abyss of space, and eventually he arrives on Mobian Earth, where Eggman finds him. And what Eggman also finds is some of Draconix's essence, his power, DNA, whatever. He had put some of it in the Lizor robot. So Eggman rebuilds the thing, thinks this will make a great weapon. And that this is actually was originally the rebuilt version, but I think a year or two ago I did already kind of redesign Lizor, and this is what we got. So I'm going to mostly be keeping to something similar to this. So this is like a new rebuilt Lizor. And go back there. Lizor is now a wild card. He is far too out of control, even compared to the Metal Sonics and various other Eggman things going wrong. So he goes off and starts kind of being a murder hobo. And that is where I had originally set up his character to begin, as in an RP server. So then, through kind of interactions with people RPing with me, it built so amazingly great. So there was someone else had a character they were an angelfish. I have no idea what they looked like because I never had a picture. But they were this angelfish cyborg that was basically, they had almost died, and Eggman saved them and turned them into this powerful, super cyborg robot thing. and he had installed a kill switch in them, so they have to obey what Eggman says. And they send them out to recapture Lizor version 5. And kind of in doing that, it kind of developed Lizor, kind of bringing out more of his original personality, and kind of led to, it's hard to really describe, but it was these great roleplay moments between the two where they kind of recognize a level of similarity between each other. The main difference being that Lizor is actually free to do what he wants, but he's also not free because he has this demonic essence flowing through him that can just make him into the most insane monster there is. While the other was, they're themselves, they're always themselves, but they're forced to do bad things because of Eggman's kill switch. And yeah, the idea was that eventually Lizor would encounter the other, I think, yeah, so, right, the in the battle where Draconix destroys Tyrock and sends Lizor hurtling down towards Earth, they manage to still make good on the sacrifices, and they seal Draconix away in the body of a Chow. And that's the little Chow there. He takes the form of a devil Chow, obviously. And he is looking for his own way to return to power. And so there are currently like a space police or something, basically like the what remains of the Tyrakians, who are, and the other Lizors, who are chasing down Draconix. Draconix is chasing down Lizor in order to return to power, and Lizor is off kind of doing his own thing, trying to be himself, because he's also like, he doesn't remember being the alien robot. From his perspective, he woke up as an Eggman robot, but he's still kind of like soul searching, trying to find out who he is, who he can be, if he can be anything other than a monster. Yeah. Let's see. So that's that is the story of Draconix and Lizor. I think there's more to it. Like, yeah, I had I originally had designs for all the other Lizors, like so many other. Oh, thank you. I had like so many other kind of Draconix infused entities that kind of Lizor would accumulate or encounter as he went along. Actually, that reminds me, because there was another one. I think, where is it? This guy over here, Virus. He, as you might notice, actually, now I'm going to point it out, looks a little like Draconix. He's got these, it's maybe a little hard to see, Draconix has these same, actually, let's get a little scribble. Draconix originally had these same, like, had this head shape, kind of, based on the Devil Chow. But Virus has basically the same thing, just with the spikes pointed upwards, and still has like this bright colored spot on his forehead. And the idea was, I think, some of the demonic essence from Lizor kind of just escaped into scrap parts of Eggman's, Eggman's scrap, or it was a case of that was where Draconics as a Chow landed on Earth, where and he basically made like another, either intentionally or not, made like another demonic warrior, basically, I guess we could call them. And then it basically just infused with some scrap pieces, pulled the scrap together, and made its own body. It's kind of, though, like the same story as Lizor, just with less development, because it's a monstrous thing made of demonic essence going out and being a murder hobo until, development says otherwise. So I'm probably going to change that up a little bit, give them a little bit more of their own spin, which is part of the idea here, which is, along with giving them new looks, I want to kind of reinvent bits of that character and their lore and dynamics, so that they've all got a little bit more something going on for them. Is this what I want? Thank you for listening to my TED Talk. I am so glad. I can easily yap about my things. It is the autism in me. Usually, like, I just jump right into like games or in this case art on my streams, because I just cannot find anything to kind of talk about beforehand, and it's like I know that's kind of the standard around here, to have like some time of chatting with chat and yapping about things, but it's like I cannot find it in me to talk about nothing. But you get me a good old topic like me, my things, my special interests, and oh boy, I will not shut up. Alright. So I was thinking of like, so like normally his body is like black. And obviously like I kind of want to add like some, he's got this glowing patch on his head, he's got his eyes. And I'm thinking of adding maybe like some glowy veins or something. I feel like that would be a good level of demon alien. Good vibe of that. Or at least like some lines, like some lining or something. It's hard to draw them in when it's all black and white still though. Oh, too black, yeah. Too black and white. Too strong. Oh, also, something which I'm realizing, I can, if I want, I shouldn't be worried about making the limbs too similar, because, I don't know, the symmetry and all that, I feel, is appropriate for a good old space demon. So let's actually... let's make a little bit of asymmetry here. This one is kind of a replacement for his wings in his original design. So maybe... we... let's make these claws maybe extra long and spinny. Here we go. This is looking nice. Oh, wow, wow, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah. Oh, wow, yeah. I'll never turn back, I'll never turn that way. I'm actually really liking how this is coming along. I'm wondering if there's anything from my original sketch I can incorporate here. Not really. So, oh, thank you. I'm surprised how much I'm actually liking this. I don't normally really enjoy my art to this extent. Like it normally, like when I enjoy, like I do like a lot of the stuff I do, but it's like normally in order for me to enjoy it, it has to be stuff that I put so much more like time and effort into. Not stumbling over my words here. Usually not something like in the design or sketch step. Now I'll never turn back, I'll never turn that way. Right, so now let's see. What do I do? This one. I think I might just keep things basic enough for now. Oh god, where's the time gone? I started this like 3.5 hours ago. I might go a bit later than I normally do. Normally I would stop at like 15 minutes, but I am really going into this. And I've got I got me some Mountain Dew to keep my my energy up. I normally can't focus for too long, but since I'm doing pretty good, I might go for a little longer. Let's see. Now, do I want anything for the tail? What I'm thinking, would it be right to make it just essentially another arm? Have like a claw at the end. It's already got so many, but I feel like just having a tail for the sake of a tail. I don't know, I need something at the end. Ah, this is what's wrong with this. It's too unshapely. Let's see. I think that's good for now. Maybe if we do that, just kind of cut away a little bit into this. Let's see. I might take a little break from Draconics over here. It's a lot bigger of a piece than I guess I really should have expected, because everyone else is like simple Sonic design, and I'm intentionally making them a lot more complicated. We can get rid of you guys now. So we'll put you back down here. Alright, and let's see. So that leaves... I think there are 3 characters I would... Well, one of 3. I'm not going to have time for probably for all of them. I mean, definitely not. The way things are going, I've gotten Shade, one of Shade's forms, and most of Draconics, with not too much time left on the clock. I'll probably go for like another hour and 10 minutes or so. So, other character, who else would I like to see? So I said 3. I'm trying to remember who they were. They might be more. Let's see. It was right, Lizor. I would like to either design his OBS is a bit awkward sometimes. Either like his chaos form, this one, which is like when the Draconics DNA in him takes over, and he goes like really, really wild, insane. What to do with the test? Yeah, so either Liz or... Who else was it that I was thinking of? Got my brain. It was them. It was an idea which I had about redesigning the spider guy over here, but it would basically be a whole new invention. Like, it basically remixing the idea, since he was very flat. He really wasn't much of a character. But I would like kind of mix him a bit with me. You can see me as a Sonic character. I was kind of thinking of mixing them. I mean, I'm not normally really like spidery. Like I obviously got my spider web coat and skirt. But that's just because I like the spider web design. But I was thinking I could like remix the two of them into making like a kind of like a very me themed spider character, which would be fun. And who was the third character that I was thinking of? Because I had 3 in my head when I started speaking. I guess it's 2. There probably is a third, but honestly, if I can't remember and I'm looking at the whole list, it probably wasn't as... like, it wasn't something I wanted to do as much as those. So... I'm thinking... Yeah, I'm thinking I'm going to do the spider and me fusion. Kind of remix these, well, me alongside this old spider character into making a new spider character. That's cool. Because honestly, I'm not sure. I don't think I ever really felt the original spider guy. Not as much as I would have liked. So, let's see. Here's my original little template. Oop, on the wrong layer. So, first I want to... What's a cool little pose for me to do with the spider? I could find, you know, I'm gonna find a little reference picture. I'm going to... I think it's really only appropriate. Let's do a Spider-Man swing. So here's our little reference picture. Alright. Now, spider character. It's basically the original one is only there in the sense of they're a spider, and that's pretty much all I'm probably going to take for them. Since, like I said, they were pretty basic. They didn't really have, I don't think, even really a personality. And it's just I wanted to make a spider because I thought that was cool. And I'm gonna mix that with a little bit of me to make, I don't know, like a cool shale character. Now, the thought which I had, which I am honestly really liking as far as I think I've seen like a spider monster girl or something online once that had this idea. So what you do is start like this, and then it would be like I don't know how clear this is going in here. So basically it's like the head, like she'd have like a little ponytail, and that's kind of the abdomen of the spider, and then her hair would be the legs. I'm just trying to think of a good way to really fit that in. It's getting a little bit. Here we go. So I think it's a little. I think what I need to do is because it's like so much sketchy on sketch, and we'll clean this up a little bit. And then I'll do it in another layer, and we'll do it in blue, just so it's a little easier to see what I'm doing here. So we'll go like so. Wouldn't be a little hard for me to like keep going back. You probably wouldn't see too much more there, but here we go, something like that. And over here we'd be able to more clearly see each of the legs kind of coming from the base of the head there. And then my thought is, so I kind of want, and I'm probably going to keep it, is, so this guy up here was originally a redback spider. Don't know about where you're from, Solus? Would that be how I pronounce that? Solus? But basically, redbacks are just the Australian black widow. Named so because they have the marking on my back, and it's usually more of a stripe. Like Solus. Okay, yeah. That's how I originally like read it in my head, and then when I looked at it, I was like, oh wait, there's no U there. It's 3 L's. So I just wanted to make sure. Ah yeah, cool, cool. You Australian as well, or just know a lot about it? Ah, I see, I see. Let's fill those irons in there. So my thought then is, as far as like a color scheme goes, my main concern is if I make her like normal redback, it's kind of shadow coded. It would be black for red stripe, and like that's not, I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. But then, like, if I go more like on a color scheme inspired like by me, I could have it like white, kind of like a white spider. And then my thought then is, it's like, do I keep the red stripe, or do I like make it like just invert a red back? So it's like instead more of like a cyan-y green or something. And then that way it's almost, I could maybe even be a dead red back. Ooh. Yeah, those are just the thoughts spinning around my head. Let's see. Don't have to worry about coloring quite yet, though. I've still got also, guess question: how much based on me do I want this? Could do like a little bit more, just kind of like a similar vibe, rather than like taking my whole outfit. Let's see. How do I... Let's start with something I can do. Ah, yeah, I see. Yeah. My condolences. I was gonna say that, but I was like, maybe I don't want to be too mean. Let's see. How do I want to... Don't want the stripe down the middle, that's a bit too Amy-like. Could just keep things basic. Yeah. It's my tablet just unplugged. There we go. Yeah, it's I don't envy the situation or the country you're in at the moment. Ooh, let's see. I need some ideas. That's what I need. Clothing ideas. Clothing is the hardest thing to me. Let's see. Google, tell me some things, some outfits that exist. Let's see, want it to be cool, but something that the character could in theory move around in. Not gonna think this way. Close my eyes and feel the burn. Open your heart, it's gonna be alright. Alright. Alright, yeah, that's what I should do. Alright. Should just add some buckles to it. It's always the easiest thing to do. It's not too complicated. And then it just adds a nice bit of vibe. What would you say? Would you imagine I am much of a Sonic fan? Is that the vibe I give off? Solid maybe. Yeah, so I am actually so ancient that I was born in the same year Sonic was made. I have grown up very much with Sonic. First ever. Sometimes feels that way, but yeah, first ever console which we had was a hand-me-down from my cousin's Sega Mega Drive 2, which is basically the Genesis. And we had all the Sonic games. We originally had Sonic 1 and Sonic 2. And then we got Sonic 3 and Sonic and Knuckles. And we had a whole bunch of other Sega games from the hand-me-down, but like, it was a rare day we pulled those out. It was always Sonic. Yeah, so Sonic 3 and Knuckles for so long was my favorite game. Sonic Adventure 2 did beat it out. But it was always like it was hard to pick between the two of them because they're kind of different. Each one had its own like special sauce. Meanwhile, then yeah, Unleashed. That is good. My problem is, I think it was mostly my mindset going into Unleashed, which was the way which my brain had worked was I basically assumed that adventure games, or the adventure styles like Heroes and '06 as well, those in my head were the main Sonic games. Those were the mainline games. And then Unleashed, to me, resembled the storybook game so much. It was like, these very long, speed focused corridors. Sonic was the only playable character. So my brain kind of categorized the Unleashed games as the same kind of spin off as the storybook games. Which I'd still loved. I played and loved them. But like when I was, it was still like oh yeah, I'm playing this, I'm enjoying this, but I'm waiting for the next main series game. And then I didn't play another game until like Forces, yeah. And then I was disappointed with Forces. And then I played a little bit of Frontiers. I've been playing a little bit more of that on stream because I only like really played the first island before. Like it's good, but it's also, I don't know, it just doesn't quite scratch like I expected it to. And then Shadow Generations came out, and I adore Shadow Generations. Shadow Generations is now in my top 3, along with Adventure 2 and Sonic 3 and Knuckles. And I don't know which is actually my favorite at the moment. What does that even mean? How am I supposed to read that message? Alright. Wait, was that the end? Is that the end of my playlist? Wait, where are we? Oh god, that was the end. Alright, let's just pop him back to... There we go. Oh. I want a big shirt. What other things do I really like? Let's see. It's one of those things where it's hard to really say because my brain forgets most things exist unless it's right in front of my face. I spend a lot of my time with D&D and Pathfinder. So like, there's that. Game series. Let's see, Monkey Island is a big one for me. Classic Monkey Island. Let's see. Digimon, love Digimon. Let's see. I've quite enjoyed the Cyber Sleuth games. Baldur's Gate 3, I mean that's just more like D&D but in video game form, but that was a great game. Divinity Original Sin 2, I love Larian games. Larian just are great. Banjo-Kazooie, I like collectathons, platformers, that type. So yeah, like Banjo-Kazooie. I've heard Hat in Time is amazing. I have Hat in Time. I should play Hat in Time at some point. But, yeah, let's see. What other things? That's all that's coming to head. I like playing board games a lot. Like I've played once when my cousin, or at least a few times when my cousin was over. He really likes board games too, and we just destroyed, like crushed through over a few weekends Gloomhaven. Dare I mention Homestuck? Persona's good. Persona's great. That's all that's really coming to mind at the moment. There's other things, I know. But, yeah, like I said, it's a lot of things stop existing for me the moment they're out of sight. Like Ben 10 as well, that was a big part in that. I only remember that because you brought it up earlier. What else? Oh, thank you. Maybe it's actually just you like all the best things. Have you actually considered that you're the coolest person alive? I don't know, that's just how the maths out. It was a calculated move, but I am terrible at math. Let's see. Nice little spiderweb skirt. Well, actually, I like the idea of might make like a little spiderweb diamond. Let's see, what do I make for... Well, actually, I know what to do for the... We'll do like a little hourglass symbol for, like, on the front of the shirt. Kind of pull it in with the deadly black and red spider vibe. Alright. Let's see. Scooby-Doo Kid, not much of one, but I did watch a fair bit of one of the cartoons, and I did enjoy it. I certainly enjoy, Scooby-Doo. I just don't think I was like, I wouldn't say it's like a big thing for me. Oh, so like, even then, the Hex Girls. It rings a bell. Definitely rings a bell. But yeah, I was playing Wildermyth a bit back, in that you make your own little adventurers, and it kind of has its own little natural story building based on like the parameters you set up and how you play the game. And one of the characters I made for that, just because the generated character looked like him, I had to have Shaggy as a ranger. And then, because of the upgrades he got, he kept avoiding all ranged attacks that were aimed at him and then shooting back instantly. So it was like the Ultra Instinct Shaggy meme made manifest. Yeah, the Hex Girls, that sounds familiar, but I don't quite... That was probably something that was on TV, but I didn't watch. Is what I would guess there. Let's just make that hand a wee bit bigger. Oh, that character's from Scooby-Doo. Ah. I don't know where my fondness of the spooky came from. I mean, it was probably Raven from Teen Titans, along with Sam from Danny Phantom, and, you know, just general characters like that from TV growing up. At the very least, they had to have played a part. I don't know if they were like the sole reason or anything. Let's just slot those into black. But yeah, now that you mention that, I think I vaguely remember that. Very serious question, alright, go ahead. Do you know Muffin Man? The law requires that I answer no. Yeah, you mean the one who lives on Drury Lane? Yeah. I realized like that's where you're going with it after I gave my Incredibles reference, so... Now, actually, here's a question. Sonic characters, let's see. Okay. Ah, so it is consistent, damn. Well, it looks like bug characters in Sonic all have mammalian noses, so... I even double checked Charmy has it, one from the new IDW comics has it. That's so weird to me, but then again, Knuckles is an absolute freak for an echidna, so... Alright. I'm glad you're having a good time. Is very nice. I think anyone aside from Sniper has engaged me so much in conversation. I've had a few, but it's quite refreshing, especially since I know Sniper IRL, so it's a little different to have like someone else just like come in and be like, hey, it's fun to engage in conversation over here. Alright. We go. It's for colors. Thank you so much. It's great. So now coloring. How do I want to color this little lass? Alright, let's make a separate layer and start with a basic red back coloration, and then I'll go through a few others to see where I want to go from there. Alright, of course. I don't know why I didn't think of it before. Again, brain empty. Anime, of course, is... Maybe that really didn't need mentioning, though. Big old thing. What is... let me think. Yeah, so my favorite animes... my favorite 3, I would probably say without... because they kind of struggle for first place. That would be... Overlord, Mob Psycho 100, and So I'm a Spider, So What? And at least with 2 of those, you can probably see where a lot of my design comes from. If you're on the up and up. Ah, sorry. I was saying my favorite 3 anime were... because I was saying that like anime is also a big thing which I enjoy, and in particular my favorite 3 were Overlord, So I'm a Spider, So What? And Mob Psycho 100. And the first 2 of those, if you're aware enough about them, you can probably tell that they influenced my design a fair bit. Yeah. That's why I got. That's where I got my my little eye cracky things. Albedo is like, I like Albedo, but I don't know. I think her personality has thrown me off. I like her as a character, but I never really got the obsession for her. I do like a lot of the lore behind her, like in her sisters, though. Let's see, who would be my favorite Guardian? Maybe it's Demiurge. Cocytus is also great, though. It's hard to say. I think I'd say I would go with Demiurge, but Cocytus is close. I do love I mean, all of them are great. I love seeing them all get attention. Understandable, very understandable. She definitely has her moments. Let's see. Because yeah, like none of them are bad. I love all of Nazarick. I love Nabe as well. Nabe's great. Though of the maids, CZ or Shizu, I think it's pronounced. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, Shizu, as seen in the movie, I love her. I think I would give her black gloves. Maybe it's something different on the cuffs. Gundam! I've watched Gundam Seed, I think. Haven't watched a lot of Gundam. I did watch Gaiken. A super robot, and I don't think it really counts, but it's kind of similar, which was Gridman. I don't think I've actually watched that many other mechas. I know I have. No, I have. But what ones? That... I know I've watched some. Master plan. Yeah, I think, yeah, she would be better with a white hair or white spider body. Ironblood Orphans, Witch from Mercury. I remember hearing Iron-Blooded Orphans was good. And then I did nothing with that. Ooh, that sounds amazing. It's exactly what I like. I remember so me and my girlfriend watched the first episode of Oshinoko, and the first episode destroyed us, and I was like, I'm hooked, I'm ready, destroy me more, and it completely turned it off. I was like, why? It broke you. Isn't that great? Are you not ready to be destroyed fundamentally? Alright. As for the stripe, do I go with red? Let's see how red looks. Ooh, model kits. I have gotten... Wait... No, there was another Gundam I saw. I remember now because I got I had a model of it. I don't think of it actually. It was one of the bad guys. I would explain it, but I'm pretty sure it's like the basics of it is all pretty similar. They had. What one was it? They had these purple mechas that everyone thought were aliens at first. And then it was like, oh, they're just people that we ditched on Mars. Oops. What one was that? God, I can't remember. Now, let's... Oh, thank you. I'm just trying to decide. Okay, go with red, classic red back. Or do I invert the color scheme a bit? I think this is a bit more interesting. You don't see a cyan much. Especially with kind of like a red, sorry, not a red, a black and white. So yeah, I think I'll go with the cyan. Might... Yeah, no, that's good. Maybe I'll make it a little more greeny. Yeah. That kind of gives it also a little bit of a ghost vibe. I could make her a ghost spider. She's actually she's a ghost spider actually. We'll take those away. There we go. And then that way we can add in there we are. I think that's good enough for the design down at least. I actually want to add a bit more white into at least the boots or something. It's a little solid. Well, I mean, first of all, she needs the clips. The clips should be... Ah, thank you! Maybe I'll do the same thing I have for my boots, where it's kind of a white underneath. And then there, that just adds a little bit of a bit of spice to the outfit. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I also do the same with the gloves. Do I need them black? No, because then that just looks like it's her fur. I don't want it to look like that. Alright. Ah! Oh, well, I think that will be it for me tonight. It's definitely late enough. So, let's see, my progress. I wasn't sure how long or not this was all gonna take actually. So, I did get through a lot less than I was expecting, but I'm not complaining. That just means I get to have a few more chill streams doing this kind of thing, and I'm enjoying it. So we have Shade, Super Shade, most of Draconic's done. I am very happy with his little face, especially. Love that face. And my kind of new mix of me, and he was originally called Forge the Spider. The idea is he just like made things with web rather than like spinning it or anything. And that was about as far as the concept really went. And honestly, I know spiders, it always feels just more right to have, like, I know, female spiders. Spiders to me have always been very, very thin. Mainly, I guess it's because, like, you know, the big bright ones and all that, always the women. Alright. So, not as much progress as I was expecting, but I am in Spider Voice. Not as much as I was expecting done, but I'm very happy with the results, all the same. And I guess for the next few streams at least, until I get tired of it, I'm probably gonna keep doing this. So let's find a good little raid to get going. Oh man, there was also last Tuesday. Apparently just everything in my just did not work out. To the point my stream was lagging to the degree of like at least 5 or 10 minutes. Because I like loitered around being like, okay, who do I want to raid? Okay, we'll do this. Let, time flow so make sure everything was going right. And then Sniper after the fact was like, what the fuck happened? You were just playing the game and then all of a sudden we were in a different thing. And I was like, how was it that bad that that I went from like celebrating my victory in the game to just all of a sudden skipping over all of the time deciding who to raid and just finishing thoughts and all that. Let's see. Who is on to raid? You know what? Let's invade. Here it is. I know it's this somewhere. Let's invade Temporal next. It's been a while since I've given him a little bump. And I was just watching him do a little bit of 3D art yesterday. What's he doing now? A Dragon Quest thing. Alright. Well, thank you all for coming. It was great seeing you, Solus. You made my day. So thank you very much for coming by and giving me a good little chat. Hopefully I'll see you again and around. So later guys. Oh wait, not later yet. I have to click start raid and then it has to... Yeah. Alright. So... Yeah. I guess I'll just kill the awkward silence now. Bye bye!